Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. And if you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday, as many as I can, at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. So, over the course of the last week, I was incredibly busy, which has been much the theme, really, of like the last month where I haven't really been able to get that much reading done. So, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on, I guess, how you look at it, I'm still working on the same stories that I was reading last week. I know that's not all that interesting, but it is what it is. So, I'm still reading The Count of Monte Cristo on my Kindle, which that's going to be something that I'm probably going to be reading for a while just because it's so long. I made a little bit more progress in The Martian by Andy Weir since the last time we met up, and I'm currently on page 218. And there are, I don't remember how many pages there are, 369 total. So I'm like slowly but surely making my way through this book. So please let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a book. It could be doing laundry and other chores. You could be listening to, your audiobook. You could be hanging out with friends and loved ones. You could be just here for the vibes, whatever you want to do. But as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what temperature it is outside. I have officially turned the AC on in my home, which means that I refuse to turn the heat back on, which is not great because when I got up this morning, my house was 62 degrees and I hated it. So, it's just like that awkward in between time where it's just really uncomfortable if you're not constantly switching on your hot and your cold. It's a joy. I don't know if you're going to be able to tell in my voice or not, but unfortunately, I did get sick again starting last Sunday. I got a sinus infection. So I've been slowly trying to work my way through that. So I do sound, to me at least, I sound a little funny. I don't know if I sound that way to anybody else. But yeah, I'm hoping I'll just be able to make it through the whole time. I took some Dayquil. I had dinner. So, I feel as like prepared to sit and hang out with you all tonight as I can be, as long as I don't just like want to fall asleep. So I think we'll be good. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go on over and see what everybody else is doing and go over to the chat. So Elena popped in first. Hi, Elena. And Elena says, good afternoon, Alex. I'm reading Shield of Sparrows by Devney Perry. Very nice. Good to see you. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. Going to start out with Homeseeking by Carissa Chen. Awesome. Good to have you back. And hello, Kat. Good to see you. Kat says, hey, Alex, Elena, and Melissa, happy Friday. Oh, you're not kidding, Kat. I am so excited for this long weekend. I cannot even tell you. I need it. And I'm hoping that after like getting some rest this weekend, because I will be resting at least part of the time, that I'm going to be feeling much better going into next week. And Noctua, hello, nice to see you. And let me know if you want to go by another name. I try to do my best to remember them. I'm not perfect, but I try. You said hello, Alex, and hello, chat. Hello to you. And Kat says hello. You said, oh, hi, Stina. You said I'm on my work laptop. Okay, that helps. Hi, Stina. Happy to see you. Glad you were able to make it back this week. And Melissa says, hi, Kat, Elena, and Stina. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Howdy, Swank. Happy World Turtle Day. I love that. That's very Terry Pratchett. Happy Taffy Day and happy Road Trip Day. Wonderful. I really love road trips, too. Not as much a Taffy fan. I like some of them, but not very many. Stina said, Swank, I'm about halfway between road trips. Does that count? And Kat says, I'm about to make a chai latte, woohoo, and continue to create my zombie badges for levels reached in Zombiethon. I love that. That's so fun, Kat. You always got really interesting things going on. You're way more creative in so many areas than me. And Melissa says, I don't know about you, but going into a bookstore and getting a couple new books is my form of retail therapy. Absolutely have done that on many occasions. And I hope that you're feeling good if that's what you needed, because retail therapy implies that you weren't feeling that great, so you needed it to feel better. And I hope that you are feeling better. And Telkana's here. Hi, Telkana. Telkana says, Happy Friday, y'all. And Swank says, Hi, Kat. Hello to Swank. Stina says, I'm working on inventorying my mom's library of religion books. Okay, I don't know how many she has, but that could be quite an undertaking. Melissa says, So glad it's Friday. Me too. I don't know what the heck was up with this week, but I'm glad it's over. And Telkana says, Gonna read The Housemates by Frida McFadden. Awesome. And Kat says, Stina, you were in disguise. Yeah, I would not have been able to tell. Kat says, Stina, not Steen. Damn autocorrect. You're good. Or Stein. No, I knew what you meant. And Stina says, Kat, my autocorrect calls me Sting. Like the musician. And Denise says, I'm sitting at Starbucks in Barnes & Noble. Woohoo! That's a wonderful place to be. That was how I learned how much I loved hot chocolate as a kid. You said, we'll be reading The Island of Missing Trees when I get home on page 221. If I wouldn't be like a horribly annoying nuisance and could get a like stable internet connection, it would be so much fun to do one of these in a Barnes & Noble, but I would never do that to other people. And Melissa says, I did that today, got Braiding Sweetgrass and the newest book in the Maid series. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'm glad you got to do something fun. I actually had a plan to just go and walk around to Barnes & Noble today. I wasn't planning on buying anything. A friend of mine gave me a gift card not very long ago, and I just want to kind of like peruse, but stuff ended up coming up and I wasn't able to go. So, I might be able to do that sometime soon, because even if I don't buy anything at a Barnes and Noble, I'm just happy that I went. There's just something about it. Like, I like being there. I could always get a hot chocolate though. Wouldn't leave empty-handed. And I actually got a couple different book-related questions to give you all today for in between in our sprints. And our first sprint, of course, is going to be 45 minutes. So I've already got that set up for us. And it's got this nice little cozy cabin theme going on. So hopefully you like that. Because we're kind of in between weather and it's also been pretty rainy. I was like, yeah, cozy cabin. We're going with that. I don't know what that was. Something is outside. I'll have to look. And I'm going to give you all your first question, which is, if you look at the books you own, are there certain colors of covers you notice you gravitate towards? Is it your preference, or is it just popularity of style from publishers? I know that's kind of a big question, but I'm just curious, what other people notice. Because I never did like the rainbow trend when it was really popular, but when I did my shelves, my floating shelves, I did organize them by color. And it was funny when I started going through all my books and I realized like what colors I had a lot of and what colors I didn't have any of. And I was kind of like, oh, I never noticed that before. So I want to hear what you all have to say about that, if you can see any trends. And Angel said, hello, reading Long Love, The Pumpkin Queen. Oh, that's cute. Denise says, picking up My Friends by Frederick Bachman. Is it Frederick or Friedrich? I think it's Frederick. And some other books. Can't wait to start reading it. Yeah, I'm really excited for A Man Called Uva that Kat and I are going to be reading later on in the year. It's going to be great. And Stina says, I'm on 298. I think I'm almost done scouring the other shelves for stragglers. 298 books that you're inventorying for your mom. That is super nice of you. Though I admit I probably would find that interesting myself. So I hope you're having a good time with it. I'll go ahead and get us started in our sprint, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody. Come on back. Let me know how you did. I was just making some notes about my reading. So I spent that sprint reading The Martian, and I'm on page 233. And before we left, I asked you all the question, if you look at the books you own, are there certain colors of covers you notice you gravitate towards? Is it your preference, or is it just popularity of style from publishers? I think this question's kind of interesting and for a couple different ways. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta go back here. There we go. So Melissa says a lot of red and pink covers just happened to be that way. And Elena says, I got 3 audiobooks from Libby, The Sun and the Star, The Wild Robot, Protects Great Big Beautiful Life, and Shield of Sparrows. Very nice. The Wild Robot I've heard good things about. I don't know of the others. Denise says, loved A Man Called Uva. That's great. I don't know of anybody who's read that said they didn't like it. So I think that Kat and I will have a good time. I have a feeling I'm going to cry a lot, which I enjoy about books. And Swank says, I gravitate to bright colors and animals on the cover. Okay. Stina said, is very interesting. I'm actually doing it for my dad. My mom passed away in 2022. Oh, okay. And dad is rehoming books. He has a friend who might be interested in some of the religion books, so I'm listing them. Okay. That's super nice of you to do for your dad. And Heidi says, oh, I missed the beginning. I will rewind. Hi, Heidi. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Hi, Angela. I'm reading Leva at Last from the Middle Grade March Book Club this month. Oh, nice. Leva at Last. Sounds fun. Stina says, I'm not at home to look at my books, but I would guess that as a mystery fan, they tend to be dark covers. That makes sense. Heidi said, I'm half through Titus Groan Book 1 of Gromengast. Yes, it feels very much like Discworld, quirky and whimsical. That's wonderful. He said, I'm here for the vibes. I love it, Heidi. And Astina says, I'm not listening or not. God, I'm really sorry, guys. My eyes are a little blurry right now, and I don't know why. So that's why I keep leaning forward and squinting. Said, I'm not listing all of the library, the Dolly Bible, and the 1924 edition of Quo Vadis are following me home. Awesome. Faye says, hi, gang. Hi, Faye. I've had a rough day. I'm so sorry. Apparently, there are people in the world who demand an agoraphobe leave her house for 3 hours because they want to buy said house and have a right to a 3-hour inspection. 3 hours for a home inspection? That is insane. I mean, unless you have that many findings for a house, I don't see what would possibly take 3 hours. But I'm so sorry. That's awful. I hope that you can get some rest tonight. And Devon is here. Hi, Devon. Nice to see you. And she says, hi, all. Long time no see. I know. And I noticed you changed your picture, too. I like the color of your braids. Very pretty. And hi, Robert. Robert is here and says, I'm a bit busy right now, but I hope everyone is enjoying the stream. Oh, thank you. Well, I hope that you're doing well with whatever you're busy working on. And Faye says, all I want to do is curl up under blankets and space out, but I need to finish the Paris Express before the ebook is due back. Oh, I don't know if that's something where it's like you could kind of push through and then be able to relax later, or I don't know if it's due back today, because if it's due back today, I understand you have to sit and read it, but if it's due like tomorrow or the day after, I'd give yourself a break. And Heidi says, Alex, I was watching a movie called Mirror Mask from 2005 written by Gaiman. I thought you would like it. It reminds me of Pan's Labyrinth. I have never heard of that. I didn't know that he was involved with other movies. I'm trying to think of like the ones that he was involved with that I know of, and the only one I can think of right now is Coraline. So Mirror Mask. Okay, good to know. Thank you. You said, I like book questions the best. I know you do, Heidi. I have mishmash bookshelves, mainly free books from the library. And Faye says, a lot of my books are dark colors because I have a lot of classics, horror, and thrillers. Covers don't influence which books I buy, so it must be publisher's choice, especially Penguin. Yeah, when I was going through and I was noticing the colors for my books, definitely the most prominent color that I seem to have is blue, but the next highest is red. So like reds, probably because they're, they pop. They're very vibrant. It's like, oh, blues, I imagine, because there's so many different shades that people love, and it's kind of one of those colors that you find soothing. Or you can have a dark blue for something kind of mysterious, and you can have a light blue for something fun and whimsical. So yeah, just like a ton of blue. And a lot of my classics also are blue covers. I'm not entirely sure why. And then green. So there's quite a few green as well. After that, it kind of goes more to like black, orange, and yellow. So I have a fair amount of like gold yellow, but usually if there's yellow, it's kind of paired with black anyway. So like black is usually the undertone of like a lot of the other colors, which obviously makes a lot of sense. Because you really don't see, at least for my books, there's not a lot of white accents other than the lettering on like the binding of the book in order to make it readable. But a lot of them, it's definitely more black with just like kind of the white that pops out. But the colors that I do not have very much of at all are pink and purple. And it was actually something really weird that I realized, because when I was doing my organization of my colors, I had certain colors I wanted to put up on my wall, and purple was one of them. And I went to go look for purple books, and actually, until I bought the Spell Shop, I don't think I really had like a single just like mostly purple book. I think, kind of looking over on the side over here, my copy of The Secret Garden is like a light purple. But like these other ones that I have are like closer to pinks. So I don't know what it is with publishers not really choosing purple as a color, if that's, somehow like more of a feminine color. I don't know. I wish I had more purple books. Angela said, I had a ton of Black Spine Penguin classics, a ton of Lovecraft, Poe, and vampire novels. So the most common colors I have on my shelves are either black or red. Okay. And Kat says, I guess publisher, my eye catches the colorful spines more so in my adult fiction, whereas my middle grade books seem to naturally be more colorful. Not sure I understand this question fully. No, you're good. However you want to interpret it, if there's kind of like a hodgepodge of a lot of different colors, like you just like covers that are colorful, I would say that there's certain books I can think of, like Black Cake, for example, that and sorry, I don't have an example of that to hold up because that's not a book that I own yet. But there seems to be a gravitation towards publishers picking very vibrant, kind of, how do I want to, I don't want to say eclectic colors, but definitely a mashup of things that you look at and you're like, oh, that's a lot more to take in than just kind of like a two-tone book cover. And I guess that's becoming more popular now, which I think is cool. That might be something you like. And he said, I don't intentionally buy books for the color of their spines, and I don't color code my bookshelves. I'm on ABC order kind of book collector. That's great. Talcana says, I don't tend to buy physical books. Not sure I know how to answer. That's totally okay. Davon says, my library has zero organization like my brain. LOL. I have nonfiction, fiction, fantasy, and thrillers mixed all over the place. I do have a dragon wall where all books with dragons live. That's fun. I love that. Yeah, before I did my floating bookshelves, I had no sort of like color coding system. Everything was organized by genre. And in a different part of my house, not in here, actually in my dining room where my huge bookshelves live, everything is organized by genre for the books that I haven't read. And then the books that I have read, they're organized by the star rating that I gave them. And Talcana says, only 25 pages left of this book. Woohoo! And Elkie is here. Hi, Elkie. And Elkie says, I think you were trying to say hiya. and you said, "Hi, I actually didn't like A Man Called Uva." Okay, you're the first person I know who didn't like it, and that's okay. Good to know. Maybe if you could tell me spoiler wise why you didn't, that would be interesting. Or if you want to join our like book show, discussion about it, our book club discussion about it, you can let us know then. And Faye says they took every second of the 3 hours too, even after the inspection was done. Sometimes you come across someone who's just petty towards people with mental illness. That is so cruel. And Stina says, Faye, that's so rude. I agree. And Davon says, I hope you get a chance to relax tonight, Faye. I agree. He said, trying to wrap my head around this chapter so I can destroy my future villainous and readers at the same time. This is book 3. You said because bad guys are made, not born. Oh, that was good. That was a good little discussion, everybody. Thank you very much. And I'll get us prepped for our next 45-minute sprint. And the next question I'm going to ask you all is, what book length is, God, that was supposed to say ideal. I am not with it. I guess the better question is, am I ever with it? And the answer to that's probably no. But what book length is ideal for you and why? Ideal. And Elke says, I totally understand, Faye. I had a hearing this morning to prove I really do have a disability, even though it's mentally. I hope that that went well. I'm sorry to hear that you had to have a hearing for that. I don't know if that's in order to like receive disability, or I imagine it's probably for like some type of benefit that you would get from the government. I'm not sure, but that's a very difficult thing to try to prove. So I'm sorry you had to go through that. But I will go ahead and get us started on our next sprint. You have your next question. And I think I might go back to reading The Count of Monte Cristo for a little bit. And I'm also going to try to hydrate a little bit more because I could tell that I have not drank enough water. So be sure to hydrate. And I'll probably also rotate the laundry. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Made it like 2% more into the Count of Monte Cristo. And sorry, the the washer and dryer are running and it's a little loud. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what book length is ideal for you and why? Let's see what you had to say. Faye says, Elkie, I'm sorry, that is so stressful. Talking about her hearing. And Elkie said, yeah, to get the right benefits, it's been over a year since I'm fighting. I hope that your fight will be over soon and you will have a good outcome. And Swank says, and go potty. Swank says 250 to 300 pages is best for me. Less is better too. Melissa says for the ideal is about 350 to 450 because there is enough in that amount to get a decent story in without bogging down the book with a lot of unnecessary details. I would have to agree with you. That's typically my kind of like perfect range as well. Though I am one of those people that when I see a larger book, it just like makes me feel good because there's that ambition of wanting to read like a mammoth, but I know that when I read mammoths, they tend to go slower than reading books that are 350 pages. Davon said, book length, I tend to like the feel of 300 to 400 page paperback. It's the sweet spot. I never thought about that before. I tend to buy longer epics or short stories as ebooks. Yeah, there you go. I do find it easier to read long books on an ebook because one of the things I do incessantly when I'm reading a chunky book is I always like get a little bit through and I kind of like put my bookmark in and I look at how much progress I've made, and I keep reading and I keep like doing the whole like looking at progress. Because when you're reading a shorter book, it doesn't take that much time to feel like you've made a lot of progress. But when you're reading a bigger book, in my case, it can feel like it's a while. And like the longer that it takes me, the more I start kind of getting demotivated and start feeling more negatively about the pacing of a book. Whereas with an ebook, I know that I can get the number of like what percentage I am through the book, but it doesn't do the same thing to my brain for whatever reason as like looking at where the bookmark is in a book. And it just kind of like makes it feel like it goes by faster. I don't really know why. It just does. Even though I like physically having bigger books and I like carrying them around and I like, holding them and everything, I find them easier to read on an ebook or on an e-reader. And Kat says around 300 pages is my ideal book length. Faye says ideal for me is whatever length the story is best told in. Hey, I do love a good chunker though. And Stina says I tend to like shorter books around 200 or 300 pages. There are exceptions, of course, but usually when I finish a longer book, I feel it could have been edited down to 300 or 350 pages. Yeah, I've definitely had those books that are around like 600-700 pages and it's like, oh, they could have cut like 150-200 of that out. And Heidi says I like 300 page books as they feel short, as most of my books are usually 700 to 800. Yeah, because I know you love fantasy, Heidi, and I do know they tend to be pretty long when you're reading an epic fantasy. That is why the genre I enjoy is called epic fantasy. Yeah, absolutely. You said not because there is a Dark Lord and it's the end of the world. Yeah, true. It's because of all of the story building. Absolutely. Stina says, I have been fortunate to find a lot of great novellas and novelettes lately. Too often they feel like excerpts of novels or overstuffed short stories. That's fair. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, happy Friday, all, and happy Friday to you. Happy to be starting my 3-day weekend with some reading. Woo-woo! I'll be reading The Resurrectionist by Ray Dunlap. Or is it A. Ray Dunlap? The Resurrectionist is a great name for a book. You said, I don't purposely look for a specific length of book. I feel like most of the books I read tend to be in the 400 to 500 page range, but I don't shy away from chunkers. I would say if they typically are between 400 and 500, you're already on like the higher end, like getting close to what we would consider to be chunky books anyway. I would count a 500 page book as like a little chunky. So yeah, that makes sense then. Tokana says, finished! Woohoo! Good job. Another one bites the dust. And Stina says, I think I now have a first edition of J.W. Buell's Sea and Land. I wonder where that came from. Oh. Talcana says 300 to 500 pages. Unless it's epic fantasy, then it's okay if it's a chunky book and I'm going to listen to it. Okay. Teresa. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. I was picking out my hashtag big books of summer and forgot you were on. No worries. Not sure what I'll get to today. That sounds fun to be picking out your big books of summer. You said the ideal book length for me is 400 pages or less. If it gets longer, I sometimes get antsy and want to move on to something else. I've definitely had that feeling before. And Tessa's here. Hi, Tessa. And Tessa says hello, and hello to you. And Denise says, finally made it home, ate some leftover pizza, and read 3 pages on page 124. Woo woo. Hope you liked your pizza. Jamie says, made it to page 59 in The Resurrectionist. And Tessa says, I am still listening to stories on YouTube. They're mainly revenge stories. I also write a little bit now. I'm glad that you've been able to get back to your writing, Tessa. That's great. I hope you're feeling a lot better too. And Faye says, I read 15 pages of the Paris Express, had to read most of it twice. Then I think I nodded off or just before the timer went. Oh, it's okay if you want to take a nap. And Zach says, I'll say 320 pages. That's a bit long for a romance, or a little bit long for a romance, short for a fantasy. That's around the nexus I like. Okay. And I actually think, Zach, is that 320 pages? It's like 320 to 350 is considered like the average book length anyway, somewhere around there, I think. So that's kind of perfect. And Elena says, just had lumpia for my early dinner. Woo woo. Hope that was tasty. Barker came for a short visit. Hello, bub. You're just like showing everybody. Oh, he just walked back out. Disappeared right when I was going to show him, making a liar out of me. Denise says about 350, but don't mind longer if I love the book. So, excuse me, I do like to finish a book in 2 to 3 days, though. Okay. Yeah, I remember when I used to be able to take a really short time to finish books, and I felt like I just moved from book to book. And I still, obviously, I was paying attention to everything. I wasn't trying to read quickly or anything, or like trying to get through a certain number of books. I was just enjoying the process of reading, and I was spending a lot of time reading, and that was just like my main thing I could do in my spare time. And I have just not been able to do that this year. And honestly, in general, 2025 has not been my year. And I'm not going to say it's going to continue to be that way because I want to be positive, and I do hope and think that it will get better. But just like, yeah, the first start of the year, as we kind of head into, the mid mark of the year of like looking at your stats and seeing what books you read and everything. Mine's pitiful, guys. It's so pitiful. And Elena said, and I got orange flavored sparkling water Starburst. Oh, that sounds tasty. I love orange Starbursts. You said I meant sparkling water. Oh, yeah. Okay, got you. And Elke says, depends on the genre for me. Fantasy books under 400 pages make me worry and automatically make me assume there isn't enough development for me to enjoy. All right. That does tend to be the running theme we have here with people who read a lot of fantasy. And Angela says, where is Nicole? I'd love to see her answer. LOL, my sweet spot is 400 to 500. Yeah, I was wondering that too. She, I don't know, she might be spending some time with her son. I hope that she's having fun, whatever it is that she's doing. I might have to ask her when, like next time that she's on, if she can't make it tonight, we should try to remember to ask her next time what her like average length is. Because I know she reads a lot of big books. So her number is probably considerably higher than mine. And Zach says, also, hi. Hello. I'm reading Saltwater Souls by Hannah Carter. It's a mermaid short story collection and one of my last for Mermonth. Oh, fun. Sounds really enjoyable. Kat says, I created 3 zombie badges. I need to create 2 more. My brain is getting tired. Then take a break. It's okay. Take a break. You're working hard. Denise says, Teresa, I want to do Big Book Summer. I'll probably wait until July to start because I'm doing the Amazing Readathon in June. Tessa says, my medical health is still quite bad. I'm struggling. I'm so sorry to hear that. You've been just dealing with so much in such a short period of time. I want to just like for you to get some relief. Stina says, Dad says 5 minutes to pizza. I'll be back later. Enjoy your pizza. Denise says, I'm retired, so I have lots of spare time. That is fair. That will be me one day, I hope. Kat says, I actually have 3 more to go. It's okay to take a break. Take your break, my friend. And Teresa says, I wish I could read a book every 3 days, but I just don't seem to be able to find the time. I also like movies and playing games with my husband. Yeah, Keaton and I play video games together too, so I completely get that. And we have a game that we've been playing together quite a bit lately. And so, yeah, that eats up time. And Angela says, Nicole definitely likes big books. Yes. Tessa says, thank you. You're welcome. Zach says, I've technically been a slump for about 12 out of the last 18 months and not pushing too hard against it. Well, I'm glad that you're not pushing yourself. That's good. That's surprising to hear that you've been in a slump, because I know that you're just like such is prolific reader. That's not the right term. You read a lot more than the average person, and even more than the average like avid reader reads. So like you're like one of the top avid readers. So like if you're in a slump and you're still reading that much, that's impressive. And Teresa says, Denise, Sue just announced today, but I was starting to think she wouldn't do it this year. Kat says, I want it to be done. Well, I respect that. I respect your wishes. I can't tell you what to do, but you should drink some water. Maybe take a short break. I say that as your loving friend. And Teresa says, we do board games, old folks. That's cute. I love that so much. That's adorable. We have some board games, but we only have really played those when other friends have been around. So I do feel like that's something that Keaton and I should do more of, because video games, they're so much fun and I love them. And that's just like a great way for us to spend time together, because we can like talk on chat and, like on our headsets and play along. But there's something about playing a board game that has a completely different feel, and it kind of makes my brain slow down a little bit more. Whereas I feel like video games, you're like constantly going, especially with us, because we play games like Borderlands. So it's like a looter shooter, and there's just stuff on the screen all the time. And board games are they're a lot calmer than that, or they can be. And I like it. Alrighty. Well, thank you everybody for that wonderful conversation. And I was trying to think of like a more interesting last question. Not last question. I obviously have more questions, but like of the ones that I come up with every week that are new to ask. And really, I don't have much of anything. So for many people, it's a long weekend. So I just want to see, do you have any weekend plans? 3-day weekend for some. That's fun. I know in Canada, y'all aren't celebrating Memorial Day, because what is it? You have Victoria Day, something like that doesn't line up with ours, but it gives you your own 3-day weekend. I have a coworker in Canada, and she was bummed that she doesn't get a long weekend. I was like, I'm sorry. And Kat says, Teresa, I knew Sue was going to host because she told me, but I was surprised she had not released her announcement video. She had been traveling a lot. Did she create a post this year? And Zach says, voracious might be the word you're looking for. The main thing is I replace bad habits like doom scrolling with reading whenever possible. No, I think that's great. And I know that that's one of the things that like online gurus, if you will, try to teach people about how to read more is to do, habit replacement, which can take time for a lot of people, and you have to be willing to give up a habit to do it. But I think it's awesome that you don't doom scroll. It's much better for your mental health, and something that I have wanted to do less lately, but I've had so little energy for anything else that it seems like sometimes that's the only thing I can do, and I just really need to work on that. Yes. And voracious was absolutely the word I was looking for. So thank you. And Kat says, never mind. I see her video now. All right. Well, I will get us our next 45 minutes up. I am feeling quite tired, and Keaton was sweet enough to make some coffee. So I'm going to go and get a little bit of coffee, and I have like some type of like coffee streusel creamer. I don't know. I feel like something a little sweet. So I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to come back with my nice hot drink and give you all your 45 minutes. Oh, Teresa said to Kat, I need to rewatch it because I got distracted. She does have a co-host this year. Oh, fun. And let's see. Hang on. Okay, we've got some people who've started to answer their weekend questions, so I won't read those yet because sometimes I accidentally get a little ahead of myself. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did a rotation of some laundry that Keaton is currently folding and hanging up for us, and I read some more of The Count of Monte Cristo. Don't remember what percentage I'm at now. I'm at 14%. We're talking about treasure. All the treasure. Very exciting. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have any weekend plans? See what you had to say. See, Melissa says, up here in Canada, it was the May long weekend last weekend. Oh, okay, nice. I really don't have any other plans other than to do a lot of reading and catching up on TV shows. That sounds nice. Denise says, coffee sounds good. Yes, it has been very nice, and I feel much warmer and a little bit more awake. And Faye says, no plans, just vibes. I love it. Swank says, no plans, same old, same old. Angel said, no plans, got to work Monday anyway. Dang it! I'm sorry, Angel. Kat says, my dad is spending the weekend with us. Oh, sweet. Barry is boiling crawfish tomorrow. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you have such a wonderful time. I'm curious, what does he put as, like, the seasoning? Like, is he somebody that adds, like, orange juice or anything like that? Or is it, like, a pre-mixed pack? Does he do it all himself? I want to know. And Andrew, you said Andrew, Megan, and Megan's sister Kate will join us. Otherwise, I'm going to try and relax the rest of the weekend. That sounds nice. Hope you have a great time. And Elena says, I'm going to see Lilo and Stitch on Sunday in the afternoon at 2 p.m. And then after the movies, we will go to Starbucks to get my drink and maybe some snacks. And that's if I'm good to my brother. Well, be good to your brother, because that sounds like that would be a really nice treat. And also have fun at the movie. Hope you really enjoy it. I have a young cousin that loves Stitch. It's like her favorite. So I imagine she probably went to go see the movie as well. Or I'm not, actually, I don't know if this is opening weekend for it or not, but I'll have to ask her, because I think I'm going to be seeing her on Monday. We have like a little family get together that we're going to do on Monday. That's my plan for the weekend. I'm still recovering, if you can hear it, that I'm from being sick. Getting sick a second time, not the original illness. I have a sinus infection right now. So I'm going to be taking it pretty easy tomorrow and on Sunday. And yeah, just hoping to like get a good burst of energy on Monday to get to see my family. And we're also doing an official celebration of one of my cousins just got married about a month ago. So it'll be nice to get to hang out with all of them. And Teresa says, we don't really have plans. That's all good. Angel says, I want to see the movie too, Elena. It looks like it's going to be good. Have fun. Angel said, oh, cute your robe and cut match. Buffalo plaid is my favorite pattern, especially black and white. Yeah, I always think it's really funny how many articles of clothing I have that are this buffalo plaid color. Actually, I didn't realize it was called buffalo plaid until you said that. I just always called it like my black and red plaid. But I have 2 shirts that match this mug, and this was the mug that I used to have at work all the time. And I would always make it a point whenever I wore my shirt to like carry my mug around with me, not very far into the office because that would be stupid with me doing my job, but like going from my desk to the break area and back. I always just thought it was really funny when people noticed that they matched, and we would have a good laugh about it. Talgana said, no big plans, playing games with kiddos, reading, chores, all wonderful things. And Stina says, one of my nieces recently relocated to Missouri, so she's coming here to Dad's for the weekend. Nice. I haven't seen her since 2011, so I'm really looking forward to this. That's so wonderful. I hope you have a beautiful time. JB said, it is a 3-day weekend for me, which is I'm very excited about. Yay. I'll be doing some sewing for my grandson. Oh, that's wonderful. His birthday is coming up soon. I'm also planning on at least 1 movie and 1 day of sleeping in. I love all of that. What is it that you're sewing for your grandson? Is it an article of clothing, or is it like a stuffed animal type thing? Just curious. And Elena said, 353 pages in, 69% into my book, 31% more till I finish with this book. Woohoo! Denise said, read 20 pages on page 244. Devon says, I gotta run. Happy sprinting all, and to you as well. It was great seeing you. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for coming. And Faye says, read 22 pages of the Paris Express. Great job. I know you want to take a nap, so another 22 pages. It's great progress. And Tessa says, just did some writing on my writing prompts. Awesome. Kat says, perfect timing, gold star for me. I finished my Zombie-thon task. Good job, Kat. That's wonderful. I hope you can take a break now. And Jamie says, only got about 6 pages read, but did the dishes and checked in with some friends about their weekend plans. That sounds very nice. And yay to Kat. And I was giving her the, like, I'm watching you. That's what I was trying to do. And then I realized I didn't say anything while I did it. So that probably came across as like a weird gesture. Very par for the course for me. And Denise says, made some coffee too. Woohoo, inspiring coffee. You said, we'll be celebrating my son's birthday. Oh, which falls on Memorial Day this year. We'll also be going to the cemetery. That's really nice. That he kind of got a long weekend for his birthday. So, and I imagine you're probably visiting, like, as a veteran family member that's in the cemetery. One of the things that I got to do this year at my work is I got to set up a remembrance table for prisoners of war, which was really interesting and something that I've never done before. And there's, items that you put out on the table, and each item represents something different. So, like, for example, salt out on the table represents the tears shed by family and friends, of your loved one not being able to be there. You have an empty seat that is left unfilled, and with an empty plate and unused cutlery, and there's a rose that's on the table, and a lemon slice, and just these various pieces, like a candle, which I had one of those that was really cool, that like it was battery operated because we can't have an open flame, but it looked like a real candle. And I was just happy that I got to do something like that. It felt meaningful, and people took an interest in it, which also felt really good because I didn't know if people were really going to see it, if they were going to pay attention to it, but they did. And that's nice. And it was only for this past week that we had it out. It was like specific to the lead up for Memorial Day. And Zach said, got to page 124 in Saltwater Souls, only 75-ish to go. Woo-woo. And Kat says, Barry adds Zatarain's crab boil seasoning. I'll send you a pic. Yes, please do. Plus, he adds garlic, mushrooms, onions, sausage, and oranges. Okay, so he does put some orange in there. Awesome. I only got to go to one crawfish boil ever in my life, and I had such a fun time. But my family was not the one to do it. It was a friend's family, and they have very adventurous friends, and my family is not at all adventurous. And neither are most of my friends. And Cass says, thanks, Jamie. I'm doing pretty well on my intentions this week. Cass says, I forgot about the red potatoes. Yes, you got to have the red potates. Jamie said, he's into dinosaurs, so I got a great dino fabric to make a backpack and some shorts. That is so cute. Oh, love it so much. Angela said, I'll be staying home and enjoying the peace and quiet. A lot of my neighbors are lake people, so they'll be gone to get their places in order for the summer. Very cool. I do hope it's peaceful for you. Maybe if the weather's nice, maybe you could sit outside. And Stina says, yay, Kat. And Angel says, that sounds so good, Kat. Yes, it really does. I am jelly. Now, Kat, I do have to ask, and for anybody who thinks that this is gross, just cover your ears, I guess. But do you eat all parts of the crawfish? So, like, do you suck out all the innards, or are you somebody that only eats, like, specific parts of the meat? I'm curious. Alrighty, so we are down to the last 2 sprints of the evening, which means it is time for me to ask one of my questions that I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? I don't really know exactly what I'm going to do for time for the last sprint. It'll kind of be based off of where we end the conversation that happens after the sprint that's going to go up now, but this one will be for 45 minutes, and the last one will either be for 30 or 45 minutes, depending on where we are, because I always try to end it around the 5 hour mark. Most of you are here all the time, so you know that, but for anybody who's new. And yeah, so you got your next question, and I will go ahead, get 45 minutes up on the clock. And I think I'm going to take a little break from The Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm going to go back into The Martian. And yeah, so we'll see where I end up. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read some more in The Martian, and I am now on page 239. Unfortunately, my my sinuses are acting up worse now. I definitely am going to be able to get through one more sprint. Not a problem at all. It's just if you see me like having to like blow my nose and stuff more and sneezing and whatnot, that's why. But I'm actually doing okay. I think all things considered. But before we left, I asked you all the question that I ask every week, which is what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I will actually go first in this case. So I saw an article, and I'm very curious how this is going to end up playing out because this is something that it was just posted yesterday. Um, but there was an article that went out that the U.S. is going to potentially stop the production of pennies, which would be something else. And the brief on this is the U.S. Mint will stop producing pennies once its current supply of blanks run out. And the move is expected to save $56 million annually in material and minting costs. And they're looking to cut it out due to waste. So, yeah, that if that actually happens, it's going to be weird because they might stop the production of pennies, but I mean, obviously, we still have pennies, so I mean, people are still going to be able to use them. So it's like, how many more years down the line would it be before the penny doesn't get used or isn't accepted, right? So those two things don't coincide with each other. But the idea that we're not going to be printing any more of them is just fascinating. Anyway, Cat came in and said, I only eat the tail and claw meat plus some of the fat and suck the juice out of the head. I would say then you eat pretty much the whole crawfish, Cat. At least you eat most of it. And Zach says, pick my next book, The Mermaid by Christina Henry. I really liked Near the Bone by her. Awesome. Stina says, I learned that my parental grandfather was a water witch. What is a water witch? And he said, I have scavenged a small stack of religion books from the other shelves, so I will add them to the inventory. Then I'll decide on a book to read. Very nice. Also, did I say parental grandfather? That's stupid if I said that. I'm sorry. It's paternal. I don't actually know what I said, but for some reason, I think I said parental. And Zach says, I learned that squirreled is the longest one syllable word in the English language. Oh, like squirreled away. That's so fun. I never thought about that. It's wonderful. Swank says the kiwi lays the largest egg in relation to their size of any bird in the world. Oh, also, am I the only one that for many, many years thought that the kiwi was the size of a kiwi? Like that was like a really tiny bird. So when I was a kid, I had a book that had a picture of a kiwi like bird in it. And of course, there wasn't anything on the page like for size reference. It was only just the kiwi running on a beach. So I thought that these were like these tiny little kind of like sandpiper sized birds. And they're freaking huge. It's wild. I have a feeling I've probably talked about that before on here at some point, but yeah, kiwis are really big. And Denise said, not a veteran. I know the holiday was created to remember soldiers, but I will be bringing fresh flowers to my husband's mausoleum to honor him. He passed away on 2/4. Well, I think that that's a really lovely thing you're going to do, Denise. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. Reading When She Returned by Lucinda Berry today and making supper. Black bean and rice enchiladas. Ooh, that sounds good. Keaton and I had quesadillas yesterday, and they were delicious. If anybody wants to know, like, my favorite homemade quesadilla, and it's the simplest thing in the entire world. It's just the tortilla, a Mexican cheese blend, and banana peppers, and then I dip it in sour cream. But the banana peppers add a lot, like pickled banana peppers, not like fresh cut. I love pickled stuff because my heritage is German. And you said, remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much. And that actually reminds me during the next sprint, I got to rotate the laundry again. We're getting clean sheets. I get to sleep in a fresh bed. Love that feeling. JB said, so sorry for your loss, Denise. Yes. Yes, my condolences. And Swank says, and go potty. Yes. Elena said, and now making my hot tea because of my sore throat. So I'm drinking hot tea for my throat. All right. Sorry that you have a sore throat. Might mean that you're getting a sinus infection like I have, which I do not wish on anybody. And Faye says, can't be bothered to count, but I read. Good job. And Swing says, girl, you can go now. We won't mind. Take care of yourself. No, I'm really doing fine. I'm honestly, this is the best that I've been doing since I started feeling poorly on Sunday. The fact that I really haven't been sneezing all that much today, and I haven't really had to blow my nose and stuff. Like I know I sound congested, um, but this really I'm doing so much better. So that gives me hope for the next few days. And I'm so bummed out because all I want to do is I just want to go walk. I want to go outside. So it's probably a good thing that I don't know if the weather's going to be that great this weekend, and so at least I won't have to stare at like a beautiful outside and be like, I want to be out there. If it's like cold and windy and rainy, I can at least be like, oh good, I could just stay in and not feel guilty about it. And Stina said, I read the first 2% of the Map of Salt and Stars. It's a fun name. Denise said, read 16 pages on page 261. Also, Denise, do you have a particular type of flower that you like to take to the mausoleum? I know that one of the things that makes me so sad for men is, the phrase that like men only get flowers like 2 times in their life. One of them is at their funeral. And I want to make it a point in my life that I get Keaton flowers because I don't want him to be one of those people. And, like learning what kind of plants and stuff that he really likes is something that's important. So I just didn't know if your husband had like a favorite flower, or, you had a flower that you shared that you both liked, or you just like find a bouquet that you think is really beautiful that you think like represents him. I don't know, but I just thought that I would ask. And Faye says Canada stopped making pennies a few years ago. It was weird at first, but you get used to it. I mean, I absolutely could get used to it. I mean, especially if we started rounding things off, like, as of course, if we still have the nickel, like it would just be to the nearest 5, right? And we've talked about getting rid of the nickel because there's really not that much nickel actually in them, and they're super wasteful to print. So, I mean, we'll probably eventually get rid of those, and then we'll just have a dime, and that means that everything will have to be rounded to the nearest 10. And it's like, honestly, I could live with that as long as we don't get cheated out of our money and everything just becomes more expensive. JB says, I finished the chapter of The Resurrectionist. Oh, sorry, Bubby's in here hanging out with me, and he's hearing the neighbor's dog. Bubby, it's okay. Just chill out, my boy. I love you. I can't see very much of him right now because he's kind of behind my ottoman, but I just saw his little ear go up. All right. He's just giving some boofs. So you get to listen to his boof. Sorry, you said, I finished the chapter of The Resurrectionist and switched to the audiobook of Inkheart while prepping dinner. Oh, yes, Inkheart. I read that many, many years ago. And Faye says, just be sure to trade all your pennies in while you can. My dad got like $50. Oh, nice. And Kat says, I ate dinner, shrimp and veggie shish kebab. Hoo-hoo. Also took care of feeding Nene and cleaning out her litter box. Awesome. And Stina says, a water witch is a dowser or diviner. Or is it diviner or diviner? He was the go-to guy whenever anybody in these parts wanted to sink a well. Okay, I am familiar with dowsing rods. So that's really interesting. Cool. And Faye says, not me pronouncing it square ruled and getting all confused or squire ruled. Squirreled. Squirreled away. That's one of the funniest things. Like if a German person who like is from Germany ever teases you about the pronunciation of any German word, ask them to say the word squirrel. They can't do it. It's hilarious. And Jamie said, I love pickled banana peppers. Me too. I add them to pizza. Me too. Sandwiches. Me too. And just about anything. Yes, they're so good. Denise says, thank you, Jamie. And Kat says, very sorry to hear about your husband passing, Denise. She said, thank you, Kat. Stina says, Faye, me too. Swank says, Jamie, how do you like The Resurrectionist? Stina says, Denise, hugs. And Zach says, I like tulips and daisies. Awesome. I also like tulips and daisies. Daisies are a very happy flower, I think. And tulips, I like the vibrancy of their colors. Faye says, we still have nickels. Don't worry. No rumblings about getting rid of those. And things are only rounded to the nearest nickel when paying cash. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense because digitally, it doesn't really matter with the currency, which is a weird thing to think about. That's kind of funny. Huh. And Kat says, I'm going to hop off now. Barry, my dad, and I are going to watch a movie. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. And thank you so much for coming, Kat. And I hope you all have a really fun time with your movie and enjoy your crawfish boil and your long weekend. Bye. And Denise says, I brought yellow tulips on Easter. I'll just look for something pretty. Yellow tulips. Oh, that would have been, yeah, very nice for Easter. And she says, thank you, Stina. Spike says, night, Kat. Stina says, where I come from, fork is a 2-syllable word. Fork? I'm trying to think. Fork? Did I get that right? I'm trying to think how to make that 2 syllables. Fork. I think it must be fork. And Jamie said, I'm enjoying it so far, Swank. I'm only 70 pages in and just getting to the good stuff. It says Night Cat. Faux work. Okay. Faux work. I like that. That's funny. Oh, all right. Well, thank you, everybody. I am going to go ahead and give us, let's see. Yeah, we're going to end at pretty much perfect timing if I do another 45-minute, and I'm good with that. I can tell I'm getting a little tired, so I'll probably try to do a little bit more reading, but then I also might take a break. And I forgot to mention also during that last sprint that I watched a video on what was that? Gorgast or Gormenghast? Yes, Gormenghast. The book that Heidi was talking about. And honestly, it sounds pretty fun. Of course, the one like for the video that I watched, it was the trilogy was in one book, but I really liked the illustrations. So that was cool. And I will go ahead and give you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I have personally entirely too many things that I did over the last week to pick one that I made it through, but I'll pick one thing that is not work related, and I'll tell you all that when we come back, because Keaton was asking me today just like what I had done for work. And after I had like explained, he was trying to talk to me more about it when we were having dinner together. And I fully just zoned out because I had just been thinking about work so much that my brain couldn't take it anymore. And I realized that's my cue to not think about work anymore and to go into the weekend just looking to relax. So yeah, mine's not going to be about work. But yours can be about whatever you want. And I'm going to go ahead and get another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. Sorry about that, everyone. I got distracted. I was attempting to fill a fountain pen with more ink and it was not going very well. Sorry. All right. Before we left, I asked you all the last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And I will start. And my one thing is I actually started my very first vegetable garden bed. I have 2 raised beds in my backyard, and I planted a variety of different vegetables, but the ones right now that are coming up the best are broccoli and green beans. And I bought some that were already started, which were some yellow squash, and they're just living their best life. So right now I'm waiting for the tomatoes and the Brussels sprouts to start coming up, and they take a little while longer, but I'm so excited to be seeing things that I planted grow and they look happy and healthy. So yay, that's my thing. And Denise says, I have a huge glass jar we collect pennies in. My husband and I bought it at a garage sale before we were married about 44 years ago. Oh, that's so cute. He said, we emptied it once when my son was a toddler to buy him a little Tykes car that you ride in. I know exactly what type of car you're talking about. That is so sweet. And Sina said, I will do another sweep of the shelves tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure that I have all of Mom's religion books on the list. Woohoo! Now to format it so the print is legible without a magnifying glass. And Elena said, I will read now, just finished dinner. Awesome. And Faye says, I got through 3 hours away from my house without a screaming panic attack. That is a success. Lots of trembling and terror, curling up in fetal position and deep breathing through adrenaline rush, but no shrieking. I'm just so sorry you had to go through that, Faye, and I hope that you do not have to go through that ever again, and definitely not anytime soon. And Zach says, The Notebook by Roland Allen is today's Audible daily deal. It's a nonfiction history of notebooks and the ways they can help with digital overload in the modern day. Yeah, I've been seeing recommendations for videos about people that have been getting rid of their technology. So people who've been getting rid of their cell phones and kind of going back to, more analog means of everything, like not even having digital watches. If you need to take notes, you put it in one of those tiny little composition notebooks. And, after an adjustment period, because of course we're also used to taking out our phone and staring at our screens for things. After an adjustment period, people seem to really like, before the days of having a phone in your back pocket. Go figure. Most all of human history was that way. So I think that's pretty cool. Jamie said, I won 2 scrapbook challenges for National Scrapbook Day, and the prize totaled about $150 in supplies. I'm very excited about that. Congratulations. That's so fun. Angela said, thanks for sprints tonight, Alex. I made it to page 95 in my book. Yay! I'm very tired, so I'm headed to bed. Night all. Good night, Angela. It was good to see you. Steve said, oh, I also finished my Chaos Bingo game this week. I crossed to the opposite corner in 7 books. Oh my goodness. Congratulations. He said, I switched to audio and listened to a couple of chapters of Murder and Baklava by Blake Pierce. Wonderful. And JB said, that was a good sprint. Ate dinner, read 6 chapters, and Inkheart. Woohoo! Swank says, thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Swank. Zach says, finished Saltwater Soul 3.5. Started The Mermaid by Christina Henry. And I'm not sure if I've read it before, but probably just several other similar stories making it feel similar. Very possible. Jamie said, that's a great variety of veggies. Yes, I wanted to get vegetables that I know that I would use a lot for sides, because I don't have any chickens or anything like that. So it's not like I can provide my own meat. I would still get that from the store. But if I could cut out any, extra cost of just the side dishes and stuff that I get, I think that would be really cool. I only have 2 raised beds, so I'm extremely limited on the space that I have. If it were up to me, I also would have had potatoes, but they're just not anywhere that I could put them. Faye says, I only have 20-ish pages left. Good job, because I know you were trying to push through. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Me too. Yeah, absolutely. Denise says, read 25 pages on page 286. Thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Denise. You take care, and I hope that your visit to your husband's grave is lovely. And Christina says, I got to chapter 7 and supper is served, so going to lurk mode. There you go. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Absolutely. It was good to see you, and enjoy your sewing for your grandson. I think that's super cute. Enjoy the dinosaur theme. Denise says, congratulations, Jamie. And Steve says, thanks for sprints, Alex, and hope you recover quickly. Thank you. I'm doing my best. Sinus infections, unfortunately, are one of those things that tend to linger. So does bronchitis. They don't like to go away. I appreciate it. He says, good night, all, and good night to you, too. And I'm definitely going to log off now. So if I haven't said good night to you, please know good night. Have a very happy weekend. And yeah, Christina said, oh, that was the last one. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. It was the very last one for the night. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark. But hopefully I'll be able to see you next week. Angel said, thank you. Good night, everyone. See you next week. Feel better. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Good night. Christina said, thanks for hosting today, Alex. Feel better soon. Thank you. And to the rest of you, bye, everyone.